Hello, everybody. Hi. Happy weekend. Happy Sunday. How y'all doing? Here to work on some more H2R content. All right. Who we got here? We got Unseen Halo. Good to see ya. Good to see all of you too. So last time we worked on polishing up the Enforcer, and it's pretty much done at this point. So we'll start up with its boss encounter and play through up to the content that we're going to be working on today's stream, which is a lot of level design and sort of encounter progression blockout, which we'll be focusing on today. Hi, Mr. Losna. Hi, Madam Lava. This mission has been going incredibly smoothly so far, so I'm happy about that. You wouldn't think it, because look at all the fucking BSPs that I had to create for this one mission. Like, I don't know why, but whenever I tried to re-import this BSP, Sentinel HQ 1B, it told me there was too much collision despite the fact that I had not altered this BSP at all yet. So I had to cut this BSP up into all these little fucking chunks so I could re-import it and add on to it, which is what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be adding on a new area, starting from about this point. And since the last stream, actually, Luna gave me some new toys to play with. She ported this the light generator from Halo 3, I believe this is. Casts a nice dynamic light. We can use that in fun thematic ways. No light. And then Luna also ported the weapons crates from Halo 3 as well, so we can pack these with all sorts of fun goodies. All sorts of variants of weapons that can come in it. And yeah, hi Mindful. Why is did everybody get like reverted to their default account username? Because I do not remember you having numbers on your username, Mindful. Did everybody's usernames get reset? So I'm seeing a lot of numbers and a lot of usernames. Let's see, if that was the case, then I should be Blue Ruby Videos. Let me see. Nope, I'm still Ruby at Blue. Huh. This account username is called Blue Ruby Videos. I changed it to Ruby at Blue when they let us change the names freely. Anyway, let's show you what everything that I worked on since the last stream. Let's open up Tag Test. Show you the first Enforcer fight, and from the encounters from after then onward, up to what we're going to be working on today. Doesn't Halo 2 already have weapon crates? Nope, only for the Covenant, not for the humans. Oh yeah, Luna also gave us the grenade cases from Halo 3 as well. Let's start from Hall B. Leads up to the first Enforcer fight. This doofus and his stupid hat. Made the AI actually emote in this scene and made it play way more consistently. Got our sentinels that bite us, of course, again. Oh, and also, Patty gave them rusted textures. So the idea with these guys is they're sentinels that have been alive for so long that they've started to rust and their AI has started to go haywire, and so they're now just literally biting motherfuckers with like an EMP bite. So that was a fun little idea. See, their gibs are all rusted as well compared to the regular one. The emitters still create brand new sentinels. Oh yeah, I've made the grunt heavies able to charge their plasma pistols as well. That's cute. Alright, back here with the Enforcer. Did a lot of work on this boy on the last stream. A jackal shield here that you can use. I redesigned the Enforcer around the idea of destroying it piece by piece being the most optimal way of killing it. Give it lots of new damage, permutations, and transitions. Ah! And its rockets are actually dangerous now. It did like no damage in vanilla. Shoot off its rockets on the back. If you'll stay still. Oh yeah, you can also board him. I love my destruction effects. It's one of the things I have the most fun designing in this mod. Not high enough. I made it so the emitters here wait until you're halfway through the fight before it starts spawning sentinels, so you can actually get some intimate time with the Enforcer and learn how it works. And of course I also gave the sentinels much better material effects and destruction effects, more like the first game, which had a lot more going on compared to Halo 2. They were on fire, there were a lot more plasma sparks coming off of them, plasma fires when you shot at them. So, just a lot better effects related to them. Let's see. I need to get you down here, or I want to board you. They don't make it too easy. He's helping. He's doing his part. Over here. Come on. The fun thing about the Enforcer is that when you're out of its line of sight, it'll start firing rockets at you to flush you out of cover. That's a vanilla behavior, I'm pretty sure. Get down here! Come on, bro. Yeah, just stay there. Nice throw. Now you're over there. We gave some firing sounds to it, firing its rockets as well. Yes! No! Almost. Down here. Of course, we gave it hard ping animations as well. Oh, it's funny seeing everybody's usernames reverted back to the original. Did I broke the needle projectile explode sound? I used that for the Enforcer, but I thought I made a copy. Let me check that. Yeah, I used the I changed it so the fucking standard needler uses the enforcer's effects by accident. Effects, impact. And this needs to, enforcer needs to have its own tag here. I hate that the Sentinel weaponry is hidden away in the character directory, separated from everything else. It makes it such a pain in the ass to get over to it. Until Enforcer Needler. Impact effect. Impact default material Enforcer. Okay. That should be that. I need to revert this back to the regular Needler effect. Effects, objects, weapons, Needler, standard detonation. Needle detonation sound. What sound was this originally? It was just this. Explode. Okay, shit, that should fix the needler. Hit a beam rifle back here. Get over here. Stay there. Yes. You gotta actually hop off manually, otherwise you'll get blown up along with the explosion.
You've reached the shield's power source, Arbiter. Overload the locks holding it in place. One more, Arbiter.
This makes such a funny sound.
Now, find a way to remove it from its crater.
I did fix that, David, yeah. Anywhere there's a brute or jackal body, I gave them the proper blood. Except here, because you can't put blood on device machines that move like this. Yeah, I redid all of the effects for the Enforcer and the Sentinels.
Our path to the library is clear. Pick you up on the ledge ahead.
Up above, and I added a bunch of banshees and phantoms flying overhead once you deactivate the shield. And we get the introduction to the Enforcer. And whoop! No, that isn't Flood. That ain't Flood.
sergeant's dead! Run!
A little bit of a twist here. If the flood's not here, then where are they? I also redid some of the level design in this part so you can actually jump up here. Alternate way of doing this area. Got some goodies up here. There's that grenade crate that Luna made. One question, how are we explaining how the Marines are already over here? The same way Vanilla explains that there are human flood already over here. That's not on me. That's already a thing in Vanilla. So we don't know exactly how, but I don't have to answer that question, because I'm not the one who came up with the idea that the humans are already over here. This encounter is a giant clusterfuck in Vanilla, so this was really hard to rebalance in a way that isn't totally fucking overwhelming. This is like one of the worst encounters in Vanilla because it's just like pure chaos with no rhyme or reason. Like all the vents opening around you, like the instant you destroy one, another opens, was really annoying. So pace that out a little bit more this time around. Oh. Also, a new little gimmick I've added here, you actually have control over whether the vents are here are open and closed. So that controls the spawning of guys who come out of them. Also hit an overshield in here. Close you up. Is the door on Secret Icon still green? That's because of like they didn't run PRT lighting on the door in that BSP. So yeah, we'll fix that when we get to it. I don't think so. Losers. Where's the enforcer? I love the little rain of goop that it lets out.
There you are.
Hi. Yes, here I am. Bye. Wow. You really had to hit us with the cunty death pose, didn't you? The level not loading, that is a tag test thing, don't worry about it. A weird fucking level deloading after you die. That only happens in tag test because tag test sucks. It lets you editing kit is stupid and stinky. Okay, so this encounter is also fucking nonsense in vanilla that you just run through, so I wanted to make it into something more fun and purposeful. There's no reason to engage any of the enemies in this room in vanilla, because they just respawn endlessly, and that's not fun. I pretty much reimagined this whole encounter space entirely.
We've got no choice.
Our first taste of the ODSTs as well. can also open and close these vents if enemies didn't spawn out of them. Oh, that was an ODST's frag grenade. Don't worry about it being weirdly dark here. This area is lit on low level light maps at the moment, so it'll be brighter in the final release. The light doesn't bounce around as much when light mapping on low settings, so it's going to be darker than usual.
Another kill for me!
This is on Legendary, by the way.
Leave it alone.
Marines are funny when you stick them.
Can't be good. Go, Marines! Retreat!
Sneaking up on Marines is so fun. Oh, I just killed that sentinel with the door. Find some goodies in here.
Anytime you want more, mate, you know where I am. We got trouble.
Cover that doorway!
Oh,
Suppressive fire! Suppressive fire! Get her off me!
redoing how that dialogue is sort of played out. Didn't really make much sense how you heard it in vanilla. I'm gonna add like a bunch of cool radio static effects to that whole conversation eventually. And I came up with a new little gimmick here that isn't being introduced here, is that the piston is offline. So introducing the idea that you gotta bring it back online, which will be important to the next section. And this leads into the part that we're gonna be working on today as we switch BSPs here. Uh-oh. Piston is offline. We can't progress. Oh, but this is new. Gotta find a way to get the piston back online. And that whole section of this level is what we're going to be working on today. Still need to design the whole basic path that you need to go down for this whole section. So we're in like really rough block out phase for this whole part. How did the overshield get there? This is the first time the Covenant got through the Sentinel wall. When it comes to the power-ups in Halo, you just tend to don't think about them too hard. Like, they are Covenant technology, but they're kind of like, we kind of play fast and loose with how they're able to be placed. That's how the first game, that's the first game's logic, typically. Okay. And so where are we? We are on the BSP that we are going to be editing. Nothing looks pretty at all yet. It's just a bunch of corridors at the moment. And the first thing I need to do is to make it so you cannot jump across this gap here. So I need to like Need to like move these outward a little bit. There's a we're basically connecting the whole vanilla area. Where are we? The whole gotta connect the vanilla area to this room where you bring the piston back online. So we gotta find a way to connect these two and figure out everything that happens in between as well. And first I need to make sure that the player cannot jump over this gap. And if you didn't, if you missed the stream a couple weeks back, you'll know that I put the other half of that Marine radio dialogue in the sort of first major enemy Marine encounter in the earlier on in the mission. So made all of that sort of dialogue that we heard over the radio diegetic. Any inspiration from Wumbo's storyboards for this mission? No. This is all like my own ideas. What am I doing? I'm packaging the fucking scenario, not importing the BSP. Where is my head? Import Sentinel HQ 1D. When do I think I'll do my next update video on the mod? After I complete this mission. I also gotta make it so you can't jump on top of these and cheese it. Still make it. I need to move these down lower. Trying to worry about function over form first. First and foremost, before I try to make anything look pretty here. is Blender like undoing so slowly? All right, let's see here. Need to move all this down lower. Okay. Yeah, shout outs to Stargazer who goes to like, or somebody who goes through all my streams and like highlights all the key points for people who want to watch the VOD. Okay, that works a lot better. I gotta stop fucking bozos from jumping up top of here, though. I have a pretty good idea of how I want everything from here to connect to the piston switch room. But what shape I want the room to sort of be in is still up to question. Ugh, you can still fucking crouch into here. I'm not above just putting a fucking invisible wall up there. I'm really not. Do not overestimate me. Even like do something weird and crouch jump into here. Like, I need you to have line of sight over to this other ledge, but I don't want you to be able to cross it. But at least that stops you from jumping over there normally. For now, at least, I'll just do like something like this. Alright, that works for now. I don't necessarily sketch it all out because it's kind of easy enough to just block things out really in a basic way in Blender. just do really basic stuff before you get to anything complex. Okay, now I need to separate these vents again from the level design that they're attached to. Separate this. Okay. Now instance it back out so I can copy it over here. Over there. Okay, now what I want to think I want to do is I want to flip these upside down. Or flip them like, let's see. Not sure how long I want these vents to sort of go yet. Let's see, these are going to be instanced to each other, so they can't cross over like that. They should look the same no matter how they're rotated, right? Yeah, just about. Pretty sure they're symmetrical as well. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to connect this part here to this back part of this face back here. So how are we going to get from point A to point B? Kind of want this to be a little bit winding and curving. Maybe not this much. Let's see. I go tries to quads, please. All right, now subdivide this. Cut this in half, basically. Right, mark seam, then to shorten this part. Shorten that like something like this. Is being weird. This face here is being weird. I guess that's because the face uses a different part of the UV there naturally, so I don't worry about that. I won't worry about that. Oh, should I mirror this? Yeah, I should mirror that. It only makes sense because this is a mirrored instance of this over here. Okay, mirror that. That means probably be a better idea. Wait, hold on. Better idea to mirror this. There we go. That makes more sense. Then grab this, extrude it, extoaster strudel, Thank you, Totes No Prob, for the $5. Always love checking in on these streams. So cool watching the mod develop. Do your thing, baby. We love you. Thank you, Totes. I appreciate it. Okay, now what I want to do with this is going to take this and extrude it downward. Make it so you gotta drop. Drop how far? I'm not sure yet. All right, and then from here, going to make a whole new room. You drop into. Need it to connect all the way back up to here. Let's see, let's have it so it basically drops you into a connecting hallway instead of directly into the room that I'm thinking of. So let me extrude this, then separate this. Okay, this will be our starting point for a sort of hallway. Need a little scale model helper here so I can see what the scale of this area is. Hi, Arby. Okay, and then we're gonna connect this hallway up to this end as well. Okay. Now extrude this out a little bit. See, let me also determine how deep I want the trench in here to be. Definitely want it to be deeper than this. That'll inform where I am and are not allowed to go with the level design. Let's try about that deep. It's gonna be a death pit. I'll think deeper than that. About as deep as like the conduit pits on this level go. And upward as well. Okay, that feels about right. Okay, so that's as deep as that can go, so I can't cross under that. Okay, now let me start with the room that the main room that this connects to first. Let me just get a cube in here. What do I call this? I'm gonna call this fog room. Get over here. So I'm just gonna design like the layout of the room first and then figure out how it connects to this area over here after that. Start with this texture, flip the normals. All right, so we just got ourselves a flat cube. Okay, so let's see how I want this to be shaped. Let me get a scale model helper in here. Just a very basic shape, no details. Pretty much a long rectangle to start us out. Maybe not that long, but... Okay, and it's gonna be slightly below the elevation of this room. So let's get it level with this. And then we're gonna lower it a bit. About to there. So we're gonna take a ramp coming up into this room, I feel like. After a very short connecting hallway. Okay. No outskirt, no geometry changes to outskirts now. Outskirts had plenty to work with on its own. Metropolis, on the other hand, is another story. Let's actually flip this room here, so when you drop down, you turn around and go the other way. Flip the orientation of this sort of hallway. Gotta figure out the logistics of all this shit long before you can figure out how to decorate it and how it'll look. God damn it. I think I'll have you snake around sort of this way. I should probably take advantage of the vents to get you closer to where I want you to be before I spit you back out. So that's quite the distance to cover. And the vents are like a really good way of sort of getting around that huge amount of space that you need to travel through. Let's mirror this back over here toward this direction. And then for this event, I could do something funny and have these vents sort of connect to each other through this way, so that would get around any issues with needing to instance them. Instead of doing that, yeah, let's do something more like this. Let's make these just one object. All right, reconnect these. These connect into one part together. And of course this shitheads. These flipped. Or normals flipped. Okay, these connect to one vent. That makes it easier to get where I need to go. Oh, I have an idea actually. So instead of having them directly connect, let's instead have both of these. Both of these connect to the hole that you drop down into. And that drops you down about here. Let's go like 2 squares. 1 square. And 2 squares. Okay, then bring this path out some more again. Get this a little closer back into the shape it needs to be. Okay, I think let's leave that there for now, and let's hop over to this side over here and figure out the sort of passage that takes you into here. So you can get a better idea of what should be between the two. So first here, I need to grab a vent here that I can use. Let me copy and paste this object. Just need a part of this. I need to copy this over so it can fit the frame, so it can be the proper size of door frame to match the vent door that it's gonna use. Right, get over here. Just cut all of this off. Get rid of all of that. Okay, let me line this up properly. This room should be centered. Set origin to 3D cursor. Set cursor to selected. And then snap selection to cursor. Okay. So it should be about that high. It shouldn't be like right to the floor because this is stuff that the Sentinels are supposed to use, and the Sentinels don't use the floor obviously, so it should be a little bit high up. Not necessarily like a walk designed to be walkable. Okay. Grab you, shorten you a bit. I know how I want this to be shaped at least, so grab you, shorten you, extrude back out, and then we're gonna lower you. So we're going in an upward incline coming into here. Extrude you back out. Okay, so how do I want you to enter into here? Need to make like a 90-degree turn at some point throughout this whole journey. I think I want this whole passageway here to just be like the straight shot. So let me get this about the same length as this part up here. That looks about right. Okay, that's just gonna be a straight shot as it is. Okay, so I need this to connect. Need this to connect to this. So I think with this sort of layout in mind, I'm feeling like the best thing to go with might be a room with a very curved sort of progression, like similar to this area here. And this under area down here. I'm wondering if using this room as a sort of base to work off of would be a good idea. Let me see. Let me duplicate this. See if I can play around with this idea. See where it goes. Let me mirror you. So you connect at a 90-degree angle to here. Okay, so if this were at a 90-degree angle here, what I could do is I could duplicate this and then mirror it so it's like a perfect half circle. But what I think I want to do is I want to like widen it in some way. So I want the hallway to be like wider on all sides. I think enlarging it might just be the easiest way to go about that. But let me see about getting this at a better 90-degree angle first, before I start messing around with the rotations of everything. Oh, extrude the walls along normals. Yeah, that makes sense. Anytime I can find like a good base to work off of, that can help a lot. Okay, so that wall should now be all lined up on a 90-degree axis. So let me play around with the idea of instancing this, mirror it, match it up. Not quite matched up yet. Okay, this should be one seamless thing now. Okay, so we got a sort of half circle here. Now, in order to extrude all this out, I need to mark some seams across this whole part here. Let me turn all the tris quads as well. Get rid of that. Can you stop selecting this in a dumb way? Why are you doing that? Stop it. Oh my god, stop. Okay, so let's see if I can extrude along this back wall here and widen this out a little bit. Let's see. Extrude faces along normals. What direction am I going in here? Blender does not know what direction I'm going in. Extruding along normals seems a little problematic. Extruding along, let's see. How do I want to handle this? It does not seem like what I want here. Extruding along this axis seems like it might help, but I would need to go in and correct this part over here. Yeah, that widens it out to about more what I wanted. Just need to correct the wall over here. Also extrude it out that way, but that also gets it a weird angle. great Falcon debate of our time. Let me try that, but also just fix this weirdness that's going on here. Okay, that seems like it gives me a workable place to start from, at least. And adjust the level design to make it look pretty as we go on. I do need to raise the ceiling though. That is something that I do need to do. Oh, was I muted? Sorry. Get this all aligned. Sure. I think I should probably space this out a little bit like this. Give a little bit more smooth curvature to that. It's probably not going to line up Wait, no. Blender's increment system does not necessarily help here. Now I need a way to snap that together. See, actually, pretty easy solution here. Let's get a very rough approximation of how much it needs to be in, and then delete that, and then re-instance this back out. And now we have proper snapping. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's a much better shape. Let's see, where's my nearest instanced model helper? Scale model helper? Over here. Okay. I still feel like I want this to be a little bit wider. I think all I need to do then is let's just make this bigger. Bigger. Okay, that seems about satisfactory size. This room is going to be filled with fog, so I don't want you to be able to see from one end to the other when looking like through on this direction. Line this back up. Best I can. Where's all full of bears? There. Okay, now instance that back out. Be cool if you didn't necessarily go from one end to the other, but you were like dropped in from the halfway point. So you can kind of there's a way you can get it like turned around. It's not necessarily a one shot, one straight path. Okay. I'm thinking maybe I could take advantage of like this hole that you drop down in here. You don't necessarily start from one side. There's still the issue of the elevation, because I do want you to drop down into here, but would need to get you higher here than where we currently are. So I think I don't want to make you go up at all after coming into here, so I think I'm gonna just move this down. I'm gonna move these down to connect to about where I want you to drop in here. See if I could, what if I were to connect, line up the hole like this to be aligned with the vents here, and that would make it at sort of like this angle. See. Although getting this whole room not aligned with the 90-degree axis would be pure pain, so maybe I shouldn't do that. Let's see, where are we in relation to this? This still drops down pretty well. Still need to figure out the logistics of connecting this to this, though. You know what? Actually, hold on. What if instead of a half circle, what if instead we did something like this? An S shape instead. That could be a lot more workable. Get back aligned. The problem is that this is not symmetrical when I rotate them like that, so I'd have to fix that. Let me delete that. Okay, let's make this passageway a little more steep. Like so, and then sort of have two sets of ramps that you have to go up. So it gives us more room to have it be lower down. I have an idea as to how I want this layout to work. Yeah, I like that shape. Okay, so that needs to now connect to this. Let me see. Any other way that I would want to handle this? Need to figure out an efficient way of going about this. Did I get it to do the S shape before? I mirrored it like that and then turned it. Okay, so this is clipping into this, but if I do it something like this, then that kind of lines up where you would drop down from over here. Something like that. Need to figure out the issue of having it clip into the other geometry like this. Figuring out spatial relations is tricky. It's very tricky when it comes to level design. Right, assuming we get dropped down into here like this, can I have it so the S shape brings us over to here? Crazy marine hidings in here somewhere? You never know. Yeah, that might be something that could feasibly work. What about if I mirrored you? If I did it like this, having it be shrunken down sort of in one direction, kind of like this, would make more sense. And we could rotate it like this, and that could get it to line up really conveniently like that. Having this not aligned on the 90-degree axis again is like asking for trouble when it comes to actually decorating it. Although we're already pretty much we're working with a curved area anyway, so that's already making things really difficult. I could always completely redo this from scratch later anyway. I just need to get the relations between all the passages and areas figured out first. Yeah, I'll just worry about getting the relations of everything figured out. I won't worry about the ramifications of decorating it later down the line. Just need to get, like, the idea is what I'm trying to get nailed down first and foremost. Thank you, ImaginArt, for the head, $2. How do you feel like the Halo 2 What If mod? I don't think I've heard of that. Okay, so that'll drop you down into here like that. And then how does this vent connect to up here? Because that would be a very steep climb. And I can't raise it up any more than it currently is. And I do like this scale for as far as the ceiling goes. So would I need you to climb on top of something to get up to here? Or could I move this further out? Let's see, what I could do to make things a little bit easier on myself. Let's see here. Let me... Let's remove these parts from this. Then move this back. And then down. What I can do is I can lower the elevation coming into this room. Lower the elevation of the back part of this room. Okay, so now the vent has a lower point that I can start from. Thank you, ImaginArt, for the $5. Mod that used some of H2R's assets. I think it's the other way around. I think we, if anything, we probably got assets from that mod, although I do not remember it at all. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's just Chief with the Mark V armor and Arbiter with the Elite Zealot armor. Okay. The problem is with this is that the curvature of the room is still pretty funky. Let's see. This room is going to be foggy, but covered in fog, so the exit of it needs to be like really prominent and obvious when you get to a certain point in the room. Can't be subtle. tricky puzzle to work out. Let me go back and make this, but I had it before. Hi there, little dude. I think it shows how the blockout phase can actually be one of the more difficult parts of making level design. Well, another idea I had that I could possibly do, hold on, let me get this better aligned. It's an approximation. Rather than having it be a conjoined S shape, what I could do instead is have there be a sort of median divider that connects the two halves. Like this. But I need to rotate it to get the S shape that I'm thinking of. Hi there, Patty. We're working out the logistics of how we get to from point A to point B. Problem is the S is going in like the wrong direction. It would be a lot simpler if this room were like L-shaped. I think I might need to come up with a connecting hallway to get this to work. That would give me a lot more freedom in how I can approach this. I'll go back to the half circle idea that I had earlier. think I need to figure out the elevation issue, first of all. If this room is going to be completely level, and it's going to come up into here, that's going to inform everything. We have it be a bit of a smaller, more closed circle. That could probably help. Like if we ended the circle along here. What do I think makes warrants make so much new geometry for H2R instead? It's just something about Halo 2 that gives a lot of room for new ideas and fleshing out of existing ideas. Unlike Halo CE, which is a much more better realized, fully complete package. Halo 2 leaves a lot of room for improvement. In that it sows the seeds of really awesome ideas, but doesn't necessarily capitalize on it all the time. I think this general layout is what we're going to go with. I think probably making an entirely new room shape instead of having this will be a better idea, but anyway, let me just slide that off to the side and then take what we have here and create that general shape, especially since this one is still on the 90-degree axis. Perfectly fine. I'm gonna take this rectangle and make that sort of S shape. That'll connect us well to over here. The question is, do I want this to be instanced or not? I think I can feasibly make it instanced and have it be this shape. Just need to play around with it a bit. Thank you, Mindful, for being there to answer questions while I focus, by the way. Okay. I'm not great at making like curve shapes by any means. Blender probably has something built in to help with that, but I forget what it is. H3R will not necessitate as much new geo. Absolutely. Halo 3, H3R is not going to be anywhere near the scale of what we're doing here, because it doesn't need it. Oh yeah, the spin tool, I forgot about that. Yeah! Funky stuff like that. Let's not grab it by the edges though. Pretty sure it's not, doesn't work like that. Yeah, okay. That's good. I just need to declare the part that I want to be a flat surface first. Okay. We will begin our curvature from here. Thank you, Ghost Slayer, for the resub. Will the mission Gravemine have any inspiration from Halo 2 Gravemine revamped? Some of the stuff that they did looked really cool, so we'll probably take a look. Okay, can I get this 45-degree angle? Okay, That should, if it's a 45-degree angle, that should give like a good starting point. All right, let me play with that and see how that works. This shape. I would need to rotate this in a certain way to get this to line up properly. Oh, nope. I don't even need to mirror it, just rotate it 180 degrees. It's like a Hot Wheel track. Okay, this is gonna work. Let me just... Put origin to 3D cursor. Instance that out. Set 3D cursor and then snap to cursor. There we go. All right, that gives us a good solid S shape to work with. Room is of good size, I think. Okay, now need to figure out how to get the player over here. I want them to like drop down into this room. Do I want them to drop down from the wall or drop down in from the ceiling? The way I have it set up now, they would drop in from the wall. Ideally have them drop in on a axis that's 90 degrees. Ideally, like, drop them in sort of midway through here, so they're not sure at first which way to go. I think having them drop in directly from the ceiling would be good. That way they can't get like an overhead view of the room before they drop in. I think it'd be more fun and spooky if we forced them to go right in head first, surrounded on all sides by fog. So in that case... let me just plug this up. I'm not gonna... this is inaccessible anyway. You can't get in there anyway, so I'm not gonna worry too much about that. Grab you. Trying to match the width of this. I do a little bit of a zigzag. That is not maintaining consistency with the rest of the vent, but eh. Let me actually just duplicate this just so I don't have to go back and correct the shape of it later. Shorten this. Duplicate this again. Why are these vertices very slightly off center? There we go. Okay, and then that'll drop you down into here. Hello, Kaesides. Are you moving the hallway, extending it without stretching the UVs? I'm extruding it while having connected face, correct face attributes, and keep connected checked. Okay, and then grab this. Rotate you on this axis. Connect you to here. Okay, now we have it properly dumping the player out. Like the sludge they are. Yeah, I'm talking about you all. Y'all and your MLG tactics. Not in this mission anyway, Waste TV, as far as the disintegrator goes. Alright, now we need to cut a hole into the ceiling. And set face. Double those vertices, and then drag that shit over here. it out. Okay, now we have a hole that drops you in. Probably be good for the ceiling to be thicker than this, though. Let's see, how high do I have the ceiling right now? I can go a little lower. Oop. Do not open a new tab in Chrome. Tank form, ranged form, or the other one? Don't remember its name. What? What is the question? Yeah, we are going to do the Warthog run. Absolutely. Which is the best one? Which one do I prefer? Actually, lowering the floor here would probably make more sense. Which is my fave? Definitely the tank form. The ranged form is really annoying, and stalker form barely gets any use. It's mostly just its like neutral form that it transforms from. Okay, now let me select this. Duplicate, separate. Now for over here where this mirrored version of the hole got cut out. Plug this in so that this hole is accounted for. Are you gonna have infected forms affect dead and living things in this? Well, yeah, I'm gonna keep the behavior where they revive combat forms, but I also did come up with a way for them to infect dead bipeds in a limited form. I don't think so, Clankaplum, but Guardian Forest would be a really cool what if mission nonetheless. Thank you, Cricket, for the £2. Add new Covenant ranks like CE did. Yeah. Got Jackal Ultras further down the line. Got more Brute ranks. Got more Heretic ranks. More Flood ranks, too. Okay, that was a surprisingly simple solution that I spent so long laboring over. Oh yeah, drone ranks as well. No, not Spec Ops Jackal. Luna spreading misinformation. Oh, I am upside down. Okay, now I gotta cut out a hole in the wall for the exit. Also gotta find a way to get players to naturally face in this direction when they come to this part of the room. That'll probably come down to like how I placing some instance geo or something. All right, bevel that. Cut that hole out. Would probably make sense as to have this whole be part of like a wider sort of door frame that's leading out of here. So your attention is naturally drawn to it. Let me illustrate what I'm talking about here. Let me take this and put that back a bit. Grab this. Let me duplicate this, size it up. Fucking edges, get out of here. Get out of here. Fucking edges, go away. Fine, stay. If I care. Do something like this. There we go. So if we have that larger sort of inset for the doorway to go in, it's a lot harder to miss. Extrude that. go. Which mission do you think will have the scariest moments in all H2R? Well, I wouldn't want to answer that. I wouldn't want to give anything away. Okay, that's a good starting point for that in any case. Wondering what I should do for the other side of the room in that case. Be a closed door. What I could also do is I could like mirror this on both sides, but paint some special decoration over here on this particular one to make you pay attention to it. Duplicate, rotate. Oh, I need to mirror it. There we go. Okay, having that sort of mirrored like that helps add some, I don't know, better believability to the room. Just need to plug up these holes here, extrude that, and mark this off. I'm gonna put some closed doors in these frames. Mark seam, select, separate. Of course, that flipped the normals because Blender's stupid. Fix the normals on this. Flip that. All right. Instance that. Bring them over here. Close these off. Instance. Turn it around. Plug it up. Or are you not gonna want to? There you go. Okay. Okay, now that's plugged up. Also, this shit has its almost flipped. Fix that. What is this over here? What is this? Oh, that's a level root. Okay, don't mess with that. Okay, this gives us a really good base to work from. Alright, now I need to cut a hole into this wall. Just making sure all the level segments connect to each other is the first step of making any new level design. Yeah, can I please get this to look like not an eyesore, just so I can work on it? Thank you. Need this material over here to stay glass, though. Alright, I'm feeling lazy. Knife tool. All right. That should be everything properly connected. All right, let's export it and then let's see what kind of open edges the game has to yell at me about. If you like the music from my H2R vids, what's it from? It's from YouTube's free music libraries for library for creators. It did not scale shit properly. Great. What did it not scale properly exactly? Better? So I think this open edge is, need to triangulate this. What are you yelling at me about now? Oh, it's not even gonna tell me anymore. Not gonna tell me what does and doesn't have a non-uniform scale. How do you make a campaign map fun? That is a whole can of worms in and of itself. My god, 93 open edges. Oh my god, I need to fucking... Not have a uniform scale. Apply transforms and try again. Eat shit, dude. Apply transforms is like the most asinine fucking thing. Like, why do I need to double confirm that this is how I want to transform it? Can you fuck off, please? Also, the fucking... How did the normals on this get flipped again? Fuck off. It's fucking Blunder's stupid shit. How did the normals get flipped on this as well? Jesus Christ, get a grip, Blender. How is that not aligned? How is this an open edge? It's a fucking degenerate triangle, isn't it? This shit's not connected. What else? What else? Anything else? Plans after H2R? H3R. Some examples that make a map fun. Level design wise, points of circulation is always good. Multiple approaches to an encounter. Places where the level design can loop into itself is a good way, so players and enemies don't get cornered. Jesus Christ. When it comes to level design, you can have it be linear, but also have it feel non-linear, just depending on the way you design it. Like, you can have a specific one path that you need to follow, but you can make it feel non-linear by having the scale be pretty large and having lots of sort of loop points. Like different sort of paths to take down the same central area. Oh my god. After we get done... Why is that? After we get done connecting all this up properly, I can get the scripting going from start to finish. And then it's just a matter of putting everything in between that should be there. Why are you like this? What is your issue? What genres do you think benefit from letting the player sprint? Pretty much any genre where a defining part of the game's identity is like simulating things or making things immersive or realistic. That's pretty much any game, at least when we're talking about first-person shooters. Those are the kinds of games that sprint belongs in. There are probably like other exceptions as well, but that's generally what I would think. Okay, there we go. All walkable from start to finish. Now that I look at it, that zigzag there could easily be made into like a simple L, but I'll probably add a couple more like false pathways to go down here, so it's not like quite as linear and simple. Oh geez, that's quite a long way to fall. Hold on, jeez, jetpack. Player could possibly kill themselves if they jump into there. Let's see. Oh, all good. Okay. I want to play around with adding the fog plane into here, see what sort of other ideas I might come up with that. Okay, the exit out. Going up and up and up. Up and into the room. Okay, and now the way this connects back to the other areas is there's a broken, blown out vent above here that you can climb up on into. And it'll drop you down into here. And then you go this way to get back to the piston. Okay. That was quite a long walk. I'm wondering if I could shorten it in any way. Although, if I drop you in further on in the room, that means if you accidentally go the wrong way, that means the longer you have to walk to get back over here. But it only feels that long because there isn't really anything in here at the moment. So it'll feel a lot more... it'll feel a lot more compact and everything once we have some real instance geometry and like more complex geometry in here in general. Could also do some other stuff to slightly shorten the walk a bit. Let me see. Yeah, we could easily do something like that as well. That shortens it a little bit. Or is it the same length that you walk? Now, we need to move the point that you get dropped in order for it to actually, the change to actually matter. I could do that if I change the shape of it a little bit like that. I don't want to change it like that because then that'll make the width of the room inconsistent where it twists and turns. Let me try something. We have this be like 2 instances that turn instead of 3. Whoa. That does not look right. Try again. What the fuck are you doing? Should work. What the fuck is that? Did you go at like negative 45 degrees? No. What the fuck is it doing? How do I get it to behave properly? Probably has to do with its origin point or some shit. Okay, there we kinda go. There we go, that's what I wanted. Okay, let's see. So if we do something a little bit more like this, the walk isn't as long. But I'll keep it the way we had it for now. If it's too long of a walk, ends up being too long, then I'll can change it later. I'd rather have too much space to work with than too little at this stage. Okay, but now I can complete the scripting from start to finish. So let me correct the positions of these doors. Also, I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, need to place in the remaining doors. Gotta fit this one into the door frame. To see it closed. Does it look like open? Okay. Should be consistent with the rest of the doors, these doors in the mission. Okay, where is the control panel for this? This control panel needs to be visible, like, coming into the room, so you can, like, close it behind you. With all levels prior to this one, pretty much, Matt. Pretty much. Let's have this going at a 45-degree angle. I'm probably gonna add a, like, indentation in the wall here for this to go in. Similar to the other side of this door. Enemy marine placements than the old Nexus mod versions. This is nothing like the old original version. It's not even comparable. Because we didn't have actual mod tools up to then, so we had to use already existing spawns, whereas here we can place all new ones. Okay, now should the door that comes into here be closed or open already? I feel like if it were... These are going to be closed anyway, so having this already be open would only make sense. And then probably not... I don't know if I'll have switches next to them because these ones aren't going to be openable anyway. So I could just show those as not having a switch next to them. We'll see. Does this need to be placed? Oh. Around. Oh, I just thought of something too. You could get yourself soft locked the way I have it set up. I just realized something really bad. So, okay, so imagine if you close this door behind you. And then you go back to where you're supposed to be. You go back to the piston room. Okay, so you come back here, and then imagine that you take the path all the way back to where you were. And go all the way back through here. Drop back down into this room. Then come back over here. You are now soft locked. You cannot get out of here at all because you can't get back up into the vent and you can't open the door, this door from this side. I'm glad I just thought of that. That would be really bad. How are we going to get around that one? That would be a no bueno soft lock. Let's see. Don't want to have this door be openable from the other side because that would defeat the whole purpose of being able to close it in the first place. So can't really prevent the player from going back around into here anyway. I mean, I could have this door close and not be openable again, but that's kind of lame. I I could just have a script that loops indefinitely and then checks if the player has gone through a trigger volume that's right here, and if they have, then open this door back up. Can't put a door control in here either, because that would be really weird to have one inside of one of these vents, and also would also again defeat the purpose of being able to close it behind you if whoever's behind there can just open it from that side anyway. Yeah, so I think the easiest, you would literally have no reason to go back around this way, so I think the easiest solution here is just to fucking have a failsafe script that opens the door again if you come back down through here. And then have that just loop indefinitely until you get down to Hall C at the bottom of the piston, to where we don't have to worry about that anymore. Okay, I'll add that into my notes to take care of later. Actually, we might want to take care of that on this stream, considering how important that is. What I could also do, actually, is have the vent that spits you out up here, have a door on it, and then pretty much once you get up to up into this room, then that door will close. And then you should be able, even if you drop off the sledge, you should be able to just jump back up here if the door closes. That'd probably be a lot more simple. And these types of overhead vents do tend to have doors on them anyway, so I would probably put one here anyway. So I need to put a door in the other one as well, on the other side. Just to make it so you can't jump back down into this room once you get everything done. Although, that would create another type of... Fuck, that would create another soft lock. Okay, so imagine if you're a fucking dipshit and you come into this room and you don't reactivate the piston and you go back all the way around anyway. Okay, so yeah, in that case, then you wouldn't be able to get back into here because this door would now be closed. Okay, so in that case, we'll only close this door after the player has reactivated the piston. Okay. That should prevent any dumb fuck from getting themselves soft locked, no matter how stupid they are. Because after you've reactivated the piston, you literally have no reason to come back into here. Designing games is kind of like baby-proofing a house. Anywhere they can electrocute themselves to death, they will. Okay, so once that's closed, you should be able to jump back up to here, no problem. Okay, that's that problem figured out. That's the funny thing about fucking non-linear sort of level progression and game design, is that the chance of soft locks become way higher. I don't think I'd go so far as to retcon Halo 3 to not have Johnson die. Maybe if there was like a funny Easter egg way of doing it. Because there is the keep Johnson alive glitch that's pretty funny. Alright, you are going to be open. Now let's take this door. Carry it over here to the other opposite end. Block off this inaccessible passage. Same thing over here. Having doors that you cannot go through is a surprisingly effective way of making a world feel real and lived in. Alright. Immersion, baby! Look at all these doors you can't go through. I bet that piques your curiosity. I bet you could go through them. I bet you wish you could go through them, huh? Okay, and then this needs to be open initially. Wonder if I could set this one's position group to be the same as the piston. Even if I set its position to be reversed, it doesn't work. Okay, whatever. Just name initially open, and then I need to flip this upside down so it doesn't get in the way. There we go, that rotation makes sense. Okay, fog room door is what I'll call that. May also flip this one back around so it's the rotation is consistent between the two. Johnson gets a full choose your own adventure spin-off about whether or not he's the real Johnson. Ugh, that would be a big can of worms. Okay, and now we can go into the scripts now. Scripts for this whole overall section, pretty simple. Just wait until certain switches are activated. All right, so encounter flood hall. Wait until you've opened the fucking first event, and then wait until sleep until Device group get. I need to fucking. I need to account for the potential of fucking co-op where one player is like, one player is in the fog room. Say player 2 is in the fog room. Player 1's in the switch room. Activates the switch. The vent door closes over here, and then somehow player 1 gets himself killed while player 2 is still in the fog room. Player 1 then respawns next to player 2 in the fog room, where they are now both trapped and cannot progress and are soft locked. How do we deal with that situation? Simplest thing I think is just to teleport fucking player, whatever player is not inside of this room by the time the switch gets flipped. Probably make the most sense. Let's make a trigger volume. Trigger volume. Trigger volume, switch room. Also, don't be a dick when you play this on co-op and lock your co-op partner out of this room. 'Cause that's just not nice, you know? Add a door control at the bottom area, at the bottom of this? Because then players would like see it as they're coming into here and then press it and they're not sure what it's doing because they can't see the door that it's opening and closing. And then even worse if they preemptively close this door as they come up here and they don't know why it's closed and why they can't get up here. So that would cause even more problems. Okay, sleep until device group get. Flood hall piston is activated. And then teleport players, volume teleport players not inside TV, switch room. I'll teleport them to like right here. All right, there we go. And then also, once this is activated, I need to turn the piston back on manually in the scripts because it doesn't work in the engine, like in Sapien for some reason. Let's see, where piston. Need to turn its power back on manually. Let me grab the fucking thing. Thank you. Piston E, okay. Device, set, power, piston E. And then also need to... take the scenery absorber. Where is it? Right. Object create, absorber E, and then object destroy. Absorber E off. And also attach absorber E to the piston. All right, and then that's all the script needs to do. After that, it's just a matter of waiting till the player gets into Hall C. Okay, so Let me place a couple of checkpoints down as well. Immediate save hack. Safe. Then when you get down into the fog room, oh, you know what? I need to account for the fact that it could be feasibly possible that the player can, like, I don't know, rocket or grenade jump into the vent up here to get into the switch room. So yeah, hold on. Where's my trigger volume for the switch room? Let me make another trigger volume just for the vent. TV, split hall vent. Okay, I'm gonna wait until you're either in the fog room or the vent here, and then we'll give another save. So, 2 equally viable routes of getting in here as far as the script is concerned. Okay, that should be a complete progression of the scripts. Let's test that out. Yep, I'm gonna have the health system in H3R as well. Holy muzzy. Alright, teleport there. I mean, let's run the scripts. Flood hall. Hello, Sillã§w. Spooky dookie. Ow! Took fall damage from that. Why didn't I take fall damage from that before? Why am I taking fall damage from that now? Hold on, let me double check that you can't kill yourself by jumping down here. No? Why does that... Why do I not take fall damage when I get a jumping start? Oh well, you don't lose any health from it, so... ODST rank comes back in H3R. Yep, same as the old version of H3R. That's still planned. Excuse me. Did I not complete the trigger? I must not have completed the trigger volume for the fog room. Hold on. Where's my fog room trigger volume? Where is it? Oh, here it is. Yeah, I just placed that down but didn't complete it. All right, let me do that. Okie dokie. You should probably have the fucking absorber stuff be part of its own script. It only makes sense. Let me make that its own script. Wake, blood, hull, piston, control. Having that work independently of how you navigate the places, I imagine it'd just be good practice. Hey, CE or 2's engine surprised you when working on either of them? Halo CE's engine feels more stable to me in certain areas. There are some useful, like, script functions that were in Halo CE. Wait, virus and threat protection? No one asked. There were some useful script functions in Halo CE that are absent in Halo 2, weirdly. Ah. Also make sure you can't, like, press this button through the wall, because that would be really stupid. Prototype of the sword warthog from Halo 5 in the levels Ark or the Covenant. I'm not interested in foreshadowing anything that happens in Halo 5 and Halo 3. Thank you. Oh yeah, I also need to make the non-deactivated version of this scenery appear. Encounter complete. Well, it would be if I fucking woke the script that needs to be active for this part. Hold on. What is the script that handles opening and closing piston E? Open piston E. That is the whole piston control script. Oh, it's getting ready to storm outside. Progress. Yay. I have not touched this encounter much.
Suppressive fire! Suppressive fire!
Trouble, mate. Out of here.
Okay, that was cool. Let me also test that it works if you cheese your way into the vent that you're supposed to come out of. What the fuck is that sound? What was that? Excuse me? Wait, hold on. Let me also remember to spawn in the activated version of the control scenery that I have here. Object, create, flood hall control, on, object, destroy, flood hall control off. Waiting till the tornado script's done before that script turns on. Ah! Alright, let's go into this vent. Sequence break-in. Like a rebel. Works. Wait, is it possible to close this door and then jump into it before it closes? Let me see. Yeah. Whoa, it like pushes you away. Ah! Okay, that should take care of that. No worries there. Alright, let me also test the idea I had before, which was trying to go back into the fog room after you've already turned the piston back on and closed that door. You gotta leave them, it's in too funny. Oh bro, that was intentional. Body is supposed to fall like that. Hehe. I didn't. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell this door to close. Piston control. Okay, yeah. Device set position immediate. Fog room doors 0. There we go. Try to soft lock yourself now, dipshit. Enemy infighting felt much weaker in 2 compared to CE. Some enemies forgot about each other if they saw you. I don't think that was much of an issue in Halo 2. They wouldn't forget about you if they saw you. Only if you're like making a serious ruckus will they start to focus on you. Once you go back into cover, they should start shooting each other just fine. It's supposed to give me a save there? Now those doors should be closed. Aha! Also, what is this material that it's using? That is not the right material. Hold on. It's using like a dirt material. The hell? Is it like that on both sides? Oh, what the hell, Bungie? Why is that door not using the correct material? See, objects, solo, Sentinel HQ, door, Sentinel small, metal. Yeah, it doesn't have a material assigned to it. What the hell? Okay, hard, metal, thick, foreigner. There we go. That's what it should be using. Do they have the material set for the other ones? Yeah, this one does. The door plug, for the plug doesn't have a material set either. Except that's the hard metal solid foreigner. Now I'm paranoid about all the doors. I have to go and check all of them. Or BSB 5 swap. Why is this one set to hard metal solid? Human. Door key tunnel. Not like this one really matters because it's super far away, but I'll set it anyway. Key tunnel rusted. Hard metal solid foreigner. Okay. That's all the relevant doors. Alright, let me go through it normally one more time. And then we'll play around with putting a fog plane down here. Have some fun with that. AI updates in regards to when they get a strong weapon like a rocket or fuel rod, Ruby? What do you mean? Like when enemy AI get stronger weapons, or when you can give them stronger weapons? Like your allies? Ah! Gets me every time. Ow. I could have like an elevated platform that you fall down onto if the fall damage really is an issue. When you give it to your allies, especially Marines, what do you mean? Like, there are firing patterns with it? Like, did I make it so the AI are less prone to blow themselves up with a rocket launcher? I did what I could in regards to that. I made it so they don't target lead at all, which was the primary cause of that. But it'll still happen, because that's just like something that's an issue with the way collision with projectiles works, especially with one like the rocket launcher, where its collision tends to be bigger than like a standard bullet. Halo's AI isn't really built to account for like a weapon they fire exploding right in their face like that. They just never accounted for that, it seems, in any of the games. I'm not sure what you would do to account for that either. If I were making the game from scratch, what I would do is if a projectile has a larger collision radius than your standard bullet or something, then that would take into account whether or not the ray that AI is casting make the ray the AI is casting to know if they have a clear shot at something, have a much larger circumference or diameter to it. So like, if you have a battle rifle, then this would be enough to shoot past it if you're looking through here, but if you're holding a rocket launcher, your vision cone or ray that you're casting to know what you're shooting at would be like this large. So to account for the size of the collision of the weapon, so you'd have to step more out here. That would be what I would think you would have to do to get around that issue if you were like working with this game at a code level. Okay, let's play around with the idea of a fog plane, which I forget how they work exactly. Let's see, that would need to be like media, I guess. Let me see how it's handled on the Oracle. That is pretty much what I want to replicate here. Let me open up Blood Lab blend. Research arm. Okay, there should be a fog plane right down here that I want to look at. Where is it? Fog plane 01 media. That's what it's titled. Let me just copy this. I'm pretty sure I have to set the media in the scenario tag or the structure BSP tag, then set the fog tag that I wanted to use. Let's see. This one is already just set to plus media, so that should use whatever. If there is already a fog thing set. Oh wait, I just remembered this mission already has a fog that it uses at like the bottom of the sentinel walls when you're riding over in the gondola. But anyway, let me just get this plane going. Pretty much, I think all I would have to do is just get it to encompass the entire sort of area down here. And it needs to go all the way across. Okay, the game should accept that. Let me re-triangulate this just in case. Okay, I don't know if this mission already has a fog plane set for like this BSP. So let's see what the game thinks about this. What add-ons I used it for Blender? I use like a thing that links Photoshop and this so I can see real-time changes that I make to textures on the BSP. I use that a lot on Delta Halo and also of course the Halo Blender toolset. Okay, let's see what that did to this BSP, if anything. Oh! Okay, so this mission already did have a fog plane declared. Hehe. Let's see, am I looking for a fog? There are like I think there are two different ways you can handle fog. One is through like portals and then the other is through a fog plane. I wonder what combination of both that I'm going to end up using here. Okay, I need to see where the fog plane is handled. I think it's either in the structure BSP tag or the scenario tag. I forget which. I think since this is a newly created BSP, it's probably in the scenario tag. Alright, I love searching through this scenario tag. Should be a fog zone block. Planar fog palette. Evil fog. Okay, this should be it. Fog of evil is what this is called. Okay, let me make a new fog for that. New fog tag that I can customize to my heart's content. Scenarios, skies, solo, sentinel HQ, fog, fog of fire, fog of steam, fog of black. Damn, a lot of stuff here. These must be used in quarantine zone. Hypothetical flood types, would you like to see realized? I'd love to see a flying flood type, personally. I think Halo Wars had something like that. Fog of Black. I need to reload the entire scenario for that change to pickled. Oh wait, no, this is still using the index number 1. So how would I do that? Hold on. Blender? Can you let me rename this, please, you piece of shit? Let's see. What would I do here? Media 2 or something? To reference the next block over? No? Wait, I didn't fucking assign the material. Assign, media 2. There we go. Whoa!
I've been watching these streams for so long, and have gotten so much fun out of CER that I feel it's way past overdue to leave a donation from me to you. I'm looking forward to making a deathless run of H2R much like I did with CER.
I would love to watch that. Thank you, Instinctive, for the $10. Did that work or not? What do I have to name it? Get that double notification.
I've been watching these streams for so long, and have gotten so much fun out of CER that I feel it's way past overdue to leave a donation from me to you. I'm looking forward to making a deathless run of H2R much like I did with CER. Loving the streams.
Damn it, now it's not working. Ooh, what do I do to reference the second fog palette? Does it work in like a, does it work in a 0, 1, 2, 3 instead of a 1, 2, 3 format? Probably. Yep, okay. Let me see what the other fog tags here look like. Oh. Silent Halo. Fire fog. Probably used for the inside of the Sentinel factories. What is this? This looks weird. Okay, let me make my own fog tag. Okay, let's respect the Bungie's naming scheme here. Let's go Fog of Fear, we'll call this. Fog of Blue. Alright. Now I can adjust this to my heart's content. Let's start by raising up the, where it begins. Probably have to raise up the fog plane here itself to do that, if I wanted to do that. Can I change, like, its offset for where it starts? I also set its material, but I don't know what the point of that is. I can also add some patchy fog if I want to. Okay, let's just make this mostly just gray for now. If I make it too gray, it looks kind of smoky though. I need to, like, I want to change the opacity, but still have it be opaque at a certain distance. I want a conspicuous wall of fog, though. Well, that looks kind of neat. Alright, I wanted to have it so you can't see from one side of the room to the other. Let's see about that. Yeah, it needs to be fully opaque at a certain point. It's like I want to soften it some more. Soften the transition between opaque and not. Let's see. Step into the light. I'm not going to be able to get a good idea of what color it should be until this is light mapped, obviously, so. Do not know, I'm not sure what these values do. I think what I'm looking for is typically handled by a clusters, not fog planes. I think fog plane is pretty much just responsible for like the depth of the fog, not necessarily good at like distance from the viewer on a horizontal axis. I think I will also probably, let me raise this up to be in the vent here. Then I need to adjust the mesh for this to be more flexible. Just gotta make sure it doesn't clip into any of the rooms here. Also needs to be flat. Alright, that should work. They need the whole room to be immediately covered in, immediately like occluded by fog. The second you jump down, you shouldn't be able to like see over it. I'm not gonna add new areas to every level, Slack, but it is gonna be a lot of them. Alright, why are you closed? Did I forget to set you to be initially open? Oh wait, I'm on the wrong side. We're on the wrong side of history, bub. Alright, now let's play around with any patchy fog that we can have here. Let's see, what tag do I want to use for that? I should have patchy fog has its own tag entirely. Let me go on to Alpha Gas Giant Fog. Here we go. Plenty of patchy fog for me to mess around with. Research Indoor Fog. We'll use that as a base. Fog of Fear. And then patchy fog has its own tag as well. Alright, density 1. Just start with that. Distance 0 to 5 world units. There we go. Oh, okay, yeah, that was what that's what we were gonna use for the distance on the horizontal plane. Okay, I can't really see the fog, the shape of the fog though. Wait, hold on. 0. There we go, now I can actually see the shape of it. Okay, so this is the lower bound controls the lower opacity, upper bound the upper opacity. Okay, what about the refraction? What does that do? Need this. This is gonna be visible at a very short distance. Could make this like really dark. The stand-in for the light maps. Ooh, spooky, creepy. Think about there is what I want. Let's make the other fog be opaque at a closer distance. Yeah. God, that's disorienting as fuck. It's fun to mess around with though. So I wonder if I can set it up so like lens flares or lights will like render on top of the fog. Let's see. Let me get that generator out. Well, it kind of does. It renders on top of the patchy fog, but not the what is it? The planar fog. So that could be a fun idea to mess around with. A little light off in the distance. Halloween. Oh, how does that look in the doorway coming out here? Oh, that looks creepy as fuck. Love it. Get that out of here. Still would like it so you can't see to the other end of the room. See what balance of things that I need to have to make it so that happens. Yeah, I think that is a good starting point for messing around with this. Let me place like flood combat forms in the fog, see how that feels. I'm like just walking at ya. Blood combat human. It'd be even better once we have light maps in this room. It's just like Silent Hill 2 with the lying figures. Makes me want to make it even thicker. That's fun. That's a fun and evil idea. I also want to create a scenario where you can like get yourself surrounded by them all walking towards you in the fog, but the walls here aren't quite big enough to have them sort of come in from around you. I'd have to edit the shape of this area to achieve that. We could do that. We can look into that at a later date as we make this geometry more complex. Alright, but that'll do it for today, guys. We got the entire sort of new section of this level blocked out, and oh, look at that! The fog plane affects this part over here as well. That'll look cool when that's light mapped. Alright. See you guys next week. Where will we be next week? We'll probably be like on the ledge with the enforcer on the sentinels. So yeah, got the entire new section here blocked out, all the scripting progression worked out, and now it's just a matter of filling it all up with fun, interesting stuff. All right, good night, everyone.